house is quiet now, but the silence isn't empty. It is heavy, pressed tight against the walls, holding the weight of everything you thought you had put away for the day. You are lying here, perhaps watching the way the moonlight catches a stray thread on the duvet, or listening to the rhythmic, hollow hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, and suddenly it happens. It is never a loud event. It is never a sudden crash or a dramatic revelation. It is usually something small, something almost invisible. A certain way the light hits the corner of the room. A specific, sharp scent of rain on pavement, drifting through a cracked window, or perhaps a stray thought that quietly nudges a door you thought you had locked long ago. And then the scene begins to play. It starts with the clarity of a high-definition memory. You are back there. You can feel the exact temperature of the air in that moment. You can hear the specific timbre of your own voice, the tone you didn't realize was so sharp, the hesitation you didn't notice was so heavy, the way you stayed silent when you should have spoken, or spoke when silence would have been a mercy. You are re-watching the mistake. But this time you are watching it with the benefit of hindsight, which only makes the wound feel fresher. You are the judge, the prosecutor, and the witness, all sitting together in the dark, refusing to look away. It is an exhausting way to spend the night. There is a particular kind of fatigue that comes not from physical labor but from this nightly rehearsal. It is the tiredness of a mind that is constantly litigating its own history. You are looping through the same moments, searching for a different ending, looking for a way to go back and insert a different word, a different gesture, a different choice. You are working so hard to solve a past that is, by its very nature, unchangeable. You might feel as though this repetition is a kind of duty. Perhaps deep down there is a quiet, stubborn belief that if you can just analyze the mistake one more time, if you can just sit with the discomfort long enough, if you can punish yourself with enough precision, then you might finally earn the right to let it go. As if sleep itself must be earned through a period of self-imposed trial. As if by staying awake with your regrets, you are proving how much you care, how much you have learned, and how much you regret the person you were in that moment. It is a lonely way to lie in the dark. It feels as though you are the only person in the world who is still stuck in that particular room, or that particular conversation, or that particular failure. And the more you try to push the memory away, the more it seems to anchor itself to the present. It becomes a ghost that sits on the edge of your bed. Not a frightening specter, but a weary, persistent one, reminding you of everything you haven't yet reconciled. I am not here to tell you that those things didn't matter. I am not here to offer you a quick or easy acquittal, or to tell you that the mistakes you remember were insignificant. To do so would be to dismiss the very depth of your humanity. The fact that these moments return to you is proof of your capacity for empathy, for care, and for a conscience that refuses to be numb. The pain you feel when you remember is a reflection of the value you place on being kind, on being present, and on being good. I am not here to argue your case or to demand that you forgive yourself before you are ready. Some wounds are not meant to be closed in a single night. Some truths are too heavy to be lifted all at once. Instead, I am here to simply sit with you in this space. I am here to acknowledge the weight of the loop, the exhaustion of the replay, and the heavy, familiar presence of the things you cannot undo. We will not try to rewrite the past tonight. We will not try to force a resolution where there is only complexity. We will simply breathe into the reality of the moment as it is. A night of remembering, a night of heavy hearts, and a night where the mind is unwilling to rest. We will move through these memories not as a way to escape them, but as a way to witness them without the need for judgment. We will look at the textures of these old scenes, the coldness of a parking lot, the scent of a library, the weight of a misplaced word, and we will see them for what they are. Parts of a human life, moving, changing, and continuing, even through the shadows of what was. You do not have to solve anything tonight. You do not have to reach a verdict. You only have to allow the weight to be what it is, and to allow yourself to be here in the quiet, with the memory and with the breath. Let the replay happen, but let it happen slowly, softly, like the falling of autumn leaves, until the momentum of the thought begins to tire, and the heavy, dark velvet of sleep can finally, gently begin to settle over the courtroom of your mind. Story 1. The Forgotten Recital, Bag, and the Fear of Burdening Love. The memory does not arrive with a crash. It arrives the way a draft enters a room when a door is left slightly ajar. A cold, thin presence that settles into the marrow before you even realize you are shivering. For Evelyn, it always begins with the smell of something clean and sharp like floor wax, or the scent of a damp sweater, and suddenly, the night is no longer the night in her bedroom. The night is 12 years old. The night is a gymnasium floor buffed to a high, artificial shine that reflects the overhead lights in long, distorted streaks. It is the night of the spring recital. The air in the gym is heavy with the scent of dust, old rubber, and the medicinal sting of fresh floor wax. Evelyn can feel the grit of the floor beneath her socks as she stands in the hallway, her heart performing a slow, heavy thud against her ribs. She is 12, an age where the world feels both infinitely large and suffocatingly small. And right now, the world is concentrated entirely in the empty space where a bright blue velvet costume bag should be. She can see the weight of it in her mind. She can see the way she had tossed it onto the hallway bench that morning, thinking only of her shoes and her homework, convinced that the bag would simply exist, waiting for her as everything else does. But the bag is not here. The costume, the sequins, the very identity she was supposed to inhabit for the next hour is sitting on a hallway bench in a house miles away. The hallway is quiet, save for the distant rhythmic thud of footsteps and the muffled chatter of other children. There is a line forming near the heavy velvet stage curtains. The rope that holds the curtains back is thick and frayed, hemp and old theater dust. Behind that rope, the stage is a dark, yawning mouth waiting to swallow the performers. Evelyn looks at her mother. Her mother is standing by a small, makeshift dressing table, a folding card table pushed against a stack of gym mats. Her mother's hands are moving. There is no anger in her face, which is somehow much harder to bear than a lecture would be. Instead, there is a profound, quiet exhaustion. Her mother is working on a small silver safety pin tin, the kind that holds a chaotic jumble of needles and broken clips. The metallic clink-clink of the tin opening is the only sound between them. Evelyn watches her mother's fingers. They are steady, but there is a tightness in the jaw, a slight tension in the way her shoulders are hunched against the chill of the gym. She is trying to improvise. She is trying to take a spare, generic tunic from a communal bin and transform it, using scraps of lace and perhaps a bit of ribbon, into something that might pass for a costume. She is mending the mistake. She is absorbing the inconvenience. Every time the safety pin pierces the fabric, Evelyn feels a tiny, sharp sting in her own chest. She watches her mother's thumb press down to hold the fabric taut. She sees the way her mother's eyes do not meet hers. Instead, they are focused entirely on the task, on the desperate, beautiful, agonizing effort to fix what Evelyn forgot. It is a kindness that feels like a weight. It is a kindness that carries the silent weight of a parent's extra labor and extra worry and extra moment of stress during an already long day. The other children are beginning to line up. They are already dressed, their costumes bright and complete, their faces glowing with the easy, unthinking confidence of those who have not forgotten anything. They move in a parade of readiness, their movements fluid and light. They are not burdened by the heavy, invisible tether of a debt they didn't know they owed. Evelyn looks down at her own head.
She is wearing a paper star headband, a flimsy thing she had made in art class. It feels ridiculous now. It feels like a symbol of her own unpreparedness, a fragile crown for a child who has failed to hold up her end of the world. The paper is slightly damp from the humidity of the gym, the edges beginning to curl. The memory shifts, moving from the gym to the drive home. The lights of the street lamps are passing overhead in rhythmic intervals, casting long, sweeping shadows across the interior of the car. The windshield is speckled with rain, tiny droplets hitting the glass with a soft, percussive sound, blurring the world outside into a smear of gray and amber. Her mother is driving. She is silent. The only sound is the rhythmic, hypnotic sweep of the windshield wipers. Swish, thud, and the low hum of the heater trying to combat the evening chill. In the passenger seat, Evelyn is staring at her hands. She is waiting for the reprimand, waiting for the moment when the silence breaks and the frustration is finally voiced, but the silence remains. There is only the steady, tired rhythm of the drive. The weight of the silence is what stays with her. It is the realization that her mistake has been swallowed, processed, and moved past by her mother, but the residue of it, the knowledge that she had placed a burden on a person who was already carrying so much, remained. It settled into her, a small, hard seed of shame. Years pass and the gymnasium fades, but the texture of the memory remains. Now, as an adult, lying in the dark, the trigger is often something much smaller. It is a missed deadline that requires a colleague to stay late. It is a forgotten errand that forces a partner to rearrange their entire evening. It is the sudden, sharp awareness that someone else is moving, adjusting, and mending because of a lapse in her own attention. In those moments, the smell of floor wax returns. The sound of the safety pin tin clinking open rings in her ears. She feels that 12-year-old girl again standing in the hallway, watching the tired, tight kindness of a woman trying to bridge the gap between a mistake and a reality. The shame is not a loud, accusing voice. It is a subtle, reflexive pulling inward. It is a sudden, instinctive desire to withdraw, to disappear, so as not to inconvenience the world any further. It is the belief that to be loved is to be a person who does not require mending. But as she lies there, the rain of the memory begins to soften. The image of her mother's hands, the hands that did not turn away, the hands that reached for the pins and the fabric and the task at hand, stays with her. The kindness was not just in the fixing of the costume. It was in the refusal to let the mistake be the end of the story. The costume was mended. The recital happened. The night ended and the next morning arrived, indifferent to the small, frantic repairs made in the dark. The heaviness in Evelyn's chest begins to loosen just a fraction. The gym floor is far away. The paper star is gone. There is only the breath, steady and slow, and the quiet, dark safety of the room.
Story 2. The hospital parking lot and the brother he spoke to too harshly. The night has a way of stripping everything down to its sharpest edges. When the house is quiet and the distractions of the day have faded, the mind begins its familiar heavy work. It searches through the archives not for the triumphs or the easy joys, but for those specific, jagged moments where we failed to be the person we intended to be. It finds the exact lighting, the exact temperature, and the exact weight of the silence that followed our own unkindness. For Daniel, the memory always arrives with the smell of hand sanitizer and the sterile, biting scent of a hospital corridor. It begins with the hum of a vending machine in a corner of a parking garage. A low, electric vibration that seems to pulse in time with his own exhaustion. Years have passed since that night, yet the scene is as vivid as a fresh photograph. He can feel the grit of the asphalt beneath his feet and see the way the sodium lights cast a sickly amber glow over the concrete, turning everything, the cars, the curbs, the edges of the buildings, into something blurred and uncertain. Those long, hollow weeks. The kind of week where sleep is just a series of interrupted naps, and the air feels heavy with the weight of things left unsaid in a hospital room upstairs. Daniel remembers the weight of the paper cup in his hand, the lukewarm coffee inside, having long since lost its heat, leaving only a bitter, watery residue. He remembers the way the plastic lid felt against his lip, a small, flimsy barrier between him and the world. His younger brother Leo was standing near the edge of the light. Leo, who had always been the one to look to Daniel for cues on how to be brave. That night, Leo wasn't being brave. He was just tired. He was small in the vast, shadowed expanse of the parking lot, his shoulders slumped, his eyes searching Daniel's file for some kind of reassurance, some sign that they were going to be okay. Daniel can still see his own hand fumbling with a crumpled parking ticket, the paper stiff and crinkling loudly in the stillness. The irritation had been building for hours. A slow, toxic accumulation of fatigue, fear, and the sheer, grinding helplessness of watching someone they both loved fade. It wasn't a planned outburst. It was a sudden, sharp fracture in his composure. When Leo had asked a simple, hesitant question, something about when they could go home or if they could bring something from the house, the words had spilled out of Daniel before he could catch them. They weren't loud, but they were jagged. They were impatient and dismissive, laced with a cruelty that came from his own inability to handle the terror inside him. He had snapped.
He had used his exhaustion as a weapon, turning his frustration inward and then projecting it onto the one person who only wanted to be near him. The silence that followed was not a peaceful silence. It was the heavy, suffocating silence of a door slamming shut. Daniel remembers the exact moment the words landed. He remembers looking up from the parking ticket and seeing Leo's face. It wasn't a look of anger. Anger would have been easier to manage. It was a look of profound, sudden displacement. It was the look of a child realizing, for the first time, that his protector was also a source of pain. Leo's eyes hadn't even closed. They had simply gone still, reflecting the amber sodium light, vacant and wounded. In that moment, the connection between them, that unspoken fundamental trust, had frayed. The memory does not stay in the parking lot. It travels with Daniel into his adulthood. It settles into the marrow of his bones. Now, when life becomes overwhelming, when the pressure of responsibility mounts, or when he finds himself in a moment where tenderness is required but difficult to give, the parking lot returns. He finds himself standing in the mental glow of that vending machine, feeling the phantom weight of the cold coffee cup. He recognizes the pattern. He sees how the ghost of that one careless moment haunts his capacity for patience. Whenever he feels the prickle of irritability toward a friend, a partner, or a stranger, he feels the pull of that old, jagged impulse. He fears that the man who snapped in the parking lot is still there, lurking just beneath the surface of his exhaustion, waiting for the lights to dim and the strength to be kind to fail. He carries the weight of that look on Leo's face as if it were a debt that can never be repaid. There is a quiet, persistent belief that if he can only replay the scene long enough, if he can only dissect the exact mechanics of his failure, he might somehow find a way to undo the damage. He treats his regret like a vigil, a way of staying loyal to the mistake, as if by refusing to let the memory rest, he is somehow honoring the gravity of what happened. But the night is long and the reconstruction is exhausting. The hands that hold the memory are tired. The eyes that watch the replay are weary of the same amber light and the same hollowed out feeling. In the stillness of the present, there is a different truth, though it is a harder one to hold. The parking lot is gone. The hospital is a different chapter of a different life. Leo is grown, and the relationship, though scarred, has moved into a new, more complex landscape of its own. The mistake happened. The words were spoken. The wound was made. The heavy work of the night is not to solve the unsolvable, or to find a way to go back to that concrete floor and speak different words. The work is simply to acknowledge that the man who snapped was a man in pain, a man who was breaking under a weight no one should have to carry alone. The memory can be allowed to sit without the need for a verdict. It can be viewed not as a permanent stain, but as a part of the landscape of a human life. A jagged rock in the middle of a path, something to be navigated around with care rather than something to be burned into the earth. The lights in the parking garage can be allowed to dim. The smell of the hand sanitizer can fade. The cold coffee can be poured away. There is a quiet permission to let the scene go, even if only for the duration of a sleep, to let the eyes close, not because the mistake is forgotten, but because the person who made it deserves the grace of a moment's rest.
Story 3. The Breakup. Voicemail and the tone she could never undo. The motel room was small, the kind of place that feels like it was designed for people who are only passing through, never for anyone intending to stay. Grace sat on the edge of the bed, her weight sinking into the thin mattress, feeling the repetitive, dizzying pattern of the polyester bedspread beneath her palms. It was a faded geometric print, loops of blue and beige that seemed to vibrate slightly under the harsh yellow light of the bedside lamp. The lamp had a low, persistent buzz, a tiny electric hum that filled the silence of the room, making the stillness feel heavier than it actually was. On the small laminate table next to the bed sat an untouched carton of takeout. The scent of salt and cold noodles drifted upward, but the food remained closed, a small, slumped monument to her lack of appetite. Everything in the room felt suspended, held in a state of stagnant waiting. The only light came from the dashboard of the rental car, which she could still see in her mind's eye, glowing with that dim, amber urgency as she drove away from the city. That light had been the only thing illuminating the dark highway, a small, lonely circle of visibility in an ocean of blackness. And in that light, she had done it. She had pressed the button. She had let the words go. She could still hear the hiss of the phone speaker, that grainy, mechanical static that precedes a human voice. It was a sound that, for Grace, had become synonymous with the moment the air went cold. She hadn't gone into the room to be cruel. That was the truth she tried to tell herself when the sun was up and the world was loud. The relationship had been fraying for months, a slow unraveling of threads, a gradual loss of shared language. They were already drifting into separate orbits, the gravity between them simply exhausted. She knew with a quiet, hollow certainty that it was over. The decision had been made in the quiet spaces of her heart weeks ago. But the fear had been there too. A sharp, jagged fear that if she spoke with softness, if she approached the end with the tenderness it deserved, she would be pulled back into the wreckage. She feared the tears, the long, circular arguments,
the way the sadness would cling to her skin like damp wool. So, when she picked up the phone, the fear reached her mouth before the honesty could. The words had come out sharp, stripped of all the nuance of their shared history. They were efficient and cold. She had used brevity as a weapon, thinking that if she made the ending quick and blunt, she could bypass the pain. She had been clinical where she should have been compassionate. She had been brittle where she could have been brave. Now, in the motel room, she was replaying the recording in her head over and over. She was listening to the cadence of her own voice, noting the way it lacked the warmth of the person she actually was. She was judging the tone, the lack of hesitation, the way she had sounded like a stranger even to herself. She leaned back, her eyes tracing the beige loops of the bedspread. The buzz of the lamp seemed to grow louder, pulsing in time with the throb in her temples. There is a specific kind of exhaustion that comes from being your own prosecutor. It is not the tiredness of a long day's work, but a deeper, more marrow-deep fatigue. It is the weariness of a mind that refuses to adjourn the session, that keeps bringing forth new evidence of one's own capacity for unkindness. Grace felt as though she were trapped in a loop, a circular courtroom where the verdict was always the same and the trial never ended. She thought of the person on the other end of that call. She thought of the silence that must have followed her words, the way the person must have sat in their own quiet, perhaps staring at a phone screen, processing the sudden jagged edge of her departure. The cruelty wasn't in the fact that she left, but in the way she had left. As if the years they had spent together were something to be discarded with the ease of a used napkin. She looked at the takeout carton. The plastic lid was slightly warped. She wondered if, by being so harsh, she had actually made the ending more permanent, more impossible to ever look back on with a sense of peace. She had traded the possibility of a gentle goodbye for the safety of a bitter one. The room felt very small. The walls, covered in a nondescript, textured wallpaper, seemed to be inching inward. The air was stale, smelling faintly of cleaning fluid and the distant metallic scent of the highway. She tried to breathe, to find the rhythm of the night, but her breath kept catching on the memory of that electronic hiss. Click. Static. The sound of a door locking from the inside. She thought about the concept of beginning again. It was a phrase people used often, a phrase that suggested a clean slate, a fresh page. But Grace knew that the page was already covered in ink. The words were written, the tone was recorded in the air of the universe. You could start a new chapter, but you could not unwrite the previous one. You could not go back to the moment before the fear took hold of your tongue. The weight of the mistake felt heavy, like a stone she was required to carry in her pocket, a constant, dragging presence. She felt a strange, misplaced loyalty to her own regret. It was as if, by continuing to punish herself, she was somehow paying a debt. If she could just stay awake long enough to feel the full weight of her error, perhaps she would eventually earn the right to be kind to herself again. Perhaps if the self-reproach was sufficiently intense, the universe might recognize her remorse and grant her a reprieve. But the motel room offered no reprieve. There was only the buzzing lamp, the geometric patterns of the bedspread, and the cold, untouched food. She closed her eyes, but the darkness behind her eyelids only provided a clearer screen for the replay. She saw the dashboard light again, that amber, lonely glow. She heard the hiss of the line. She felt the sharpness of her own voice, cutting through the silence of a life she was dismantling. She sat there, in the center of her own undoing, waiting for a morning that felt like it might never arrive, unable to find the way back to the person who knew how to be gentle. Story 4. The Visit. He delayed, and the goodbye he never got to give. The air in the hallway always smelled faintly of old paper and the sharp, metallic scent of the mail slot. It was a small, unremarkable sound, the dry, rhythmic clatter of the evening post sliding through the metal flap into the basket that usually signaled the end of the day's tasks. But lately, for Miles, that sound had become a hollow percussion, a reminder of things arriving too late. He sat in the living room, the late afternoon light stretching long and thin across the floorboards, turning the dust motes into tiny suspended fragments of gold. On the wooden chair beside him, a heavy wool sweater lay folded with a precision that felt forced, an attempt to impose order on a mind that was beginning to fray. He had folded it neatly, smoothing the sleeves, but the neatness was a mask. Underneath the calm geometry of the folded fabric, there was a persistent low-grade ache, a knot of something he couldn't quite untie. It had started with a simple intention: a visit, a cup of tea, a quiet moment to sit on the porch with Mr. Adler and discuss nothing in particular, the way they had for years. Mr. Adler, with his slow, measured way of speaking, and eyes that seemed to hold the stillness of a deep well. It wasn't a difficult task. It was merely a matter of timing, of choosing one Saturday over another. Miles could still see the grocery sacks hanging from his fingers as he walked through his front door the previous Tuesday. The plastic handles had dug into his palms, leaving red, shallow indentations. He had been laden with the week's necessities: heavy cartons of milk, a loaf of sourdough, a bag of apples that felt surprisingly weighty. He had been so caught up in the momentum of the errand, the frantic, small importance of the coming week's meal prep, that the thought of the visit had simply been pushed to the periphery. He told himself, "I will go on Saturday. I have enough to do now. Saturday is clear." But Saturday had arrived with its own set of small, urgent demands. A broken kitchen faucet, an overdue report, the sudden nagging need to organize the garage. Each task was a brick, laid one by one, building a wall between him and the porch. He hadn't been avoiding Mr. Adler out of malice or dislike. He had simply been participating in the ordinary, busy friction of living. He had been choosing the immediate over the meaningful, believing, with the quiet arrogance of the healthy, that time was an infinite resource. Then came the phone call, not a ring, but the heavy, unmistakable silence of a missed notification. He remembered the way the room felt when he finally checked his phone. The light from the screen was harsh in the dimming room. He saw the timestamp, 4:12 p.m. A voicemail. The sound of his own breathing seemed to grow louder in the quiet house. He didn't press play immediately. He stared at the numbers on the screen, the digital evidence of a moment past. He knew even before the audio began that the world had shifted. The weight of the missed opportunity sat in his chest, heavy and cold, like a stone dropped into a well. When he finally did press play, the hiss of the connection was the only thing that filled the space. It was a thin, ghostly sound, the sound of a bridge burning in slow motion. There was no dramatic news, no sudden tragedy expressed in a burst of emotion. It was merely a quiet, shaky voice, informing him that Mr. Adler had passed away peacefully in the night. The simplicity of the news was what made it so difficult to bear. There was no grand moment of realization, no cinematic moment of grief. There was only the stark, unadorned fact of an absence. Now, as the shadows deepened in his living room, Miles found himself caught in a loop. He was back in the grocery store, feeling the weight of those plastic handles, feeling the deceptive ease of his own busyness. He was back on that Saturday, looking at the broken faucet, looking at the pile of papers, convinced that he had more time. He found himself mentally retracing every hour of that lost weekend. He scrutinized his decisions with the scrutiny of a prosecutor. If I had gone on Thursday, I could have seen him. If I hadn't been so preoccupied with the pantry, I would have been on his porch. He was searching for a way to rewrite the sequence of events, to find a version of the story where the mistake hadn't happened. But the past was a closed book, its pages heavy and unchangeable. The regret was not a sharp, stabbing pain. It was a dull, persistent thrum, much like the hum of the refrigerator in the corner or the distant drone of a passing car. It was the regret of the ordinary. It was the realization that a life is composed of these small, seemingly insignificant choices, and that the most profound losses often stem from the most mundane negligences. He looked at the sweater on the chair. It looked so still, so settled. He envied it. He envied the way the fabric didn't have to contend with the memory of a missed afternoon. The house was silent, save for the ticking of a clock in the hallway. Every tick felt like a tiny rhythmic dismissal. Too late. Too late. Too late. He thought of the porch chime at Mr. Adler's house. He could almost hear it, the bright silver note that signaled a guest's arrival. He imagined himself sitting there, the scent of damp earth and autumn leaves in the air, the two of them sharing a silence that didn't need to be filled. He had traded that silence for the noise of his own importance. The shame was not about a great sin. It was about the smallness of his own heart. In that moment, it was the realization that he had treated the presence of another human being as a constant, something that would always be there, waiting in the wings of his life, subject to his convenience. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on the darkened corner of the room. The loop continued. The grocery bags, the timestamp, the voicemail, the empty porch. He replayed the scene of the mail slot clattering, the sound of the day's end over and over, waiting for a different outcome, waiting for a way to undo the simple, devastating weight of a Saturday spent being busy. He sat in the growing dark, a man caught in the orbit of an ordinary ghost, unable to find the way back to a present that felt whole. The house has grown quiet now, but the noise inside remains. It is a specific kind of noise, not a loud or frantic sound, but the steady, rhythmic clicking of a mind returning to the same locked rooms. It is the sound of a door being opened, a light being turned on, and a shadow being inspected over and over again, long after the rest of the world has surrendered to sleep. Perhaps you are sitting there now, in the dark, feeling the weight of that familiar, heavy loop. You are back in the gymnasium, smelling the sharp, clinical scent of floor wax, looking at that small, empty space where a costume bag should have been. You can feel the phantom tug of that paper star headband and the way your mother's hands moved. Not with anger enough for that, but with a tired, tight kindness that felt much harder to bear than a lecture. You are back in the hospital parking lot, under the harsh, flickering hum of the sodium lights, feeling the cold condensation on a paper coffee cup and the stinging medicinal scent of hand sanitizer, replaying the exact moment your voice sharpened and broke the peace of a difficult night. You are listening to the hiss of a phone speaker, the white noise of a voicemail that cannot be unplayed, hearing the tone of your own voice arrive with too much edge and not enough grace. You are standing by a porch chime, listening to the hollow metallic ring of a house that is too still, thinking of the visit you did not make, the errand you postponed, the small, ordinary omission that now feels like a vast, unbridgeable canyon. There is a strange, exhausting labor in all of this. It is a form of vigil. If you look closely at the way you hold on to these moments, you might see the hidden shape of your own devotion. There is a secret, private bargain being made in the silence of your bedroom. It is a bargain made with the past, a way of staying tethered to the things you value most. You keep the mistake alive because as long as you are replaying the error, you are still honoring the importance of what was lost. As long as you feel the sting of the words you spoke to your brother, you are proving that you loved him. As long as you ache over the forgotten costume, you are proving that you care about the continuity of your family, about the effort of being present. As long as you mourn the missed visit to a neighbor, you are proving that human connection is the highest thing you hold dear. There is a heavy, somber loyalty in this much regret. It is as if you believe that by refusing to let the pain fade, you are acting as a sentry for your own conscience. You believe that if you stop the replay, you might somehow betray the gravity of the mistake. You treat your remorse like a flame that must be kept burning, fearing that if the heat dies down, the lesson will vanish with it, leaving you untethered and indifferent. It is a way of staying in the courtroom, acting as both the prosecutor and the witness, because the trial feels like the only way to stay connected to the truth of what happened. You are staying awake to ensure that nothing is forgotten, even the parts of yourself you find difficult to inhabit. But even the most faithful sentry must eventually face the dawn. Even the most devoted witness must eventually find a place to sit down. The pain is not a substitute for repair, and the replay is not the same as the resolution. The heavy work of remembering is already done. The facts of the past are etched into the world. There is nothing more to be proven by the night. Story 5. The permission slip. She signed too late, and the child left behind. The sound of the zipper on a lunchbox is a small, sharp noise, but in the quiet of the house, it can feel like a puncture. It is a sound that carries the weight of the morning, the rhythm of the routine, and the subtle, unintended ways we let the important things slip through our fingers. Hannah sits in the dim light of the kitchen, the edges of the room softened by the late hour. On the table, her bag lies open. There is a damp receipt at the bottom, a small, translucent scrap of paper from a grocery run 3 days ago clinging to the fabric. It is a tiny, useless thing, yet it remains. A fragment of a day that has already passed, much like the memory that refuses to pass her. She finds herself back in the hallway of the elementary school. The air there always smells faintly of copier toner and floor wax, a dry, medicinal scent that lingers in the back of the throat. It is a smell that, for Hannah, has become inextricably linked to the feeling of a sudden, cold realization. The morning had been a blur of small, urgent tasks. There was the leaking faucet in the laundry room, the frantic search for a missing sneaker, the sudden need to answer an email from a client. The permission slip for the museum trip had been sitting on the granite countertop for a week. A bright, rectangular reminder of an upcoming adventure. She had seen it. She had even touched it while reaching for her coffee. But in the rush of the mundane, the act of signing it of checking the box, of placing it back in the backpack, had simply evaporated from her conscious mind. She remembers the moment the realization hit. It wasn't a dramatic crash. It was a slow, creeping chill. She was at the office, the hum of the printer in the background, when she saw a classmate's backpack and a photo on a school forum. The bright, museum-themed sticker on the strap triggered it. The slip, the signature. The deadline was yesterday. The drive to the school felt longer than usual. The minivan's engine hummed a low, steady note, and the heavy jingle of her key ring against the console sounded like an accusation with every turn of the steering wheel. She felt a frantic, clawing need to undo the clock, to reach back into the previous evening and force her hand to move, to make the pen meet the paper. When she arrived, the school was settling into the quiet rhythm of the mid-morning. The hallway was lined with empty classroom coat hooks, their wooden pegs waiting for jackets that were now elsewhere, riding on a bus headed for the city. The silence of the hallway felt heavy, as if the building itself were holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable. She saw Leo standing near the classroom door. He was wearing his bright blue museum sweater, the one with the dinosaur print, and his backpack was pulled tight against his shoulders. He wasn't crying. He wasn't even angry. He was simply standing there, a small, solitary figure against the backdrop of the bustling school. "I forgot, Leo," she had said, the words feeling hollow and clumsy in her mouth. "I'm so sorry. I forgot the paper." She had expected a tantrum or perhaps a heavy, silent pout. Instead, he had looked up at her, his eyes wide and clear. There was no resentment in his gaze, only a quiet, profound understanding that was far harder to bear. He had reached out and touched her hand, his small fingers warm against her skin, and said, "It's okay, Mommy. I'll just stay here and read my book." He had forgiven her instantly. He had stepped back into the classroom, leaving the door to swing shut with a soft, definitive click, and returned to the safety of his world. But Hannah could not stay in that moment of easy forgiveness. She had carried that look in her eyes back to the car, back to the office, and now back to this quiet kitchen. She replays the scene with a relentless, meticulous precision. She notices the way the light hit the linoleum floor just before the door closed. She notices the way his small hand felt, the lack of weight, the lack of friction. She revisits the moment the teacher had looked at her with that polite, slightly disappointed smile, the kind of smile that says nothing but communicates everything about the lapse in responsibility. She revisits the feeling of the damp receipt in her bag, a symbol of all the small, messy details of a life that is too busy to be perfect. The memory is not a sharp pain, but a dull, repetitive ache. It is the exhaustion of a mind that refuses to let a finished event remain in the past. She is trapped in the hallway, standing by the coat hooks, waiting for a door to open that is already closed. She is trying to rewrite the script, to find a version of the morning where the pen met the paper, where the blue sweater wasn't a symbol of a missed opportunity, where she didn't fail the one person who had granted her grace without demand. She looks at her hands in the dim light. They are steady, but they feel heavy, as if they are still carrying the weight of that unfiled paper. The house is silent. The only sound the distant rhythmic ticking of a clock in the hallway, marking the passage of a time that she cannot reclaim. She breathes in the air cool and still. The shame is not for the mistake itself, which was ordinary and human, but for the way she has turned it into a monument. She has built a small, private shrine to a single moment of forgetfulness, decorating it with the scent of toner and the sound of a closing door. And she has sat before it every night, waiting for a resolution that the past cannot provide.
Story 6. The Lie. He told to keep his Saturday, and the friend who paid for it. The sunlight across the bare apartment walls was a flat, unblinking white. It caught every speck of dust dancing in the air, making the emptiness of the room feel heavier, more visible. Peter sat on the edge of his mattress, the springs giving a small, tired protest, and watched the light move slowly toward the corner where his desk stood. There was no furniture left to move, no boxes to stack, and yet the room felt crowded by the weight of a single quiet choice. He reached for his phone, his thumb tracing the jagged line of a crack across the screen. The fracture started at the top corner and splintered downward, a silver web that distorted the time and the notifications. He demonically found himself staring at the screen, waiting for a message that hadn't come, even though he already knew what the silence meant. The memory didn't arrive with a crash. It didn't arrive as a dramatic moment of betrayal or a loud argument. It arrived with the mundane, rhythmic click of the ceiling fan above him, a steady, mechanical pulse that seemed to count down the seconds of his afternoon. He remembered the afternoon the text had come. It was a Friday. The air outside still holding the humid weight of late summer. His friend Leo had messaged him about the move, the big transition from the old apartment to the new place across town. Peter had looked at his calendar, then at the pile of books he had promised himself he would finally organize, and then at the sheer, enticing emptiness of the upcoming Saturday. He could already feel the lightness of a day with no obligations, a day where no one needed anything from him. The lie had been so small. It was constructed with the practiced ease of someone who knows how to avoid friction. I'd love to, man, but I've got a massive deadline that weekend. I'm buried. I won't be able to get away. He remembered the way his fingers had tapped the screen, the tactile sensation of the glass beneath his skin. There was no tremor in his hands. There was no racing heart. There was only the quiet, selfish satisfaction of a closed door.
He had felt a momentary surge of triumph, a small, private victory of self-interest over duty. He had spent that Saturday exactly as he had planned, drifting through the hours, drinking cold tea, reading, and letting the clock move without purpose. He had been perfectly, comfortably unburdened. Then came the phone call 2 days later. The voice on the other end had been strained, not with anger, but with a fatigue that Peter could feel in his own bones. Leo was talking about the heavy dresser, the one with the mahogany finish that always seemed too cumbersome for 2 people. He was talking about the way the hallway in the new building was narrower than expected. And then there was the sudden, sharp intake of breath, followed by a low, muffled groan. "I think I might have tweaked something," Leo had said, his voice wavering. "Just a little strain in the lower back. I thought I could manage the heavy stuff alone, but, well, it's a bit much." Peter had sat there, the phone pressed to his ear, listening to the sound of Leo's labored breathing. He looked down at the floor, where a small, stray piece of moving blanket lint, a tiny gray fuzz, lay trapped in the grain of the wood. He thought about the weight of that dresser. He thought about the way Leo would have been reaching, bracing, straining against the gravity of the wood, all because Peter had chosen a quiet Saturday over a heavy afternoon. The shame did not feel like a hot, burning fire. It felt more like the dust in the sunlight, persistent, settling into every crevice, making everything slightly harder to breathe. It wasn't the lie itself that kept him awake in the dark. He could have forgiven a lie. It was the recognition of the person he had been in that moment. He had seen a way to be selfish, and he had taken it. He had looked at a friend's need and weighed it against his own comfort, and he had decided that his comfort was worth more. He remembered walking into the apartment later that week to bring Leo some supplies. The space was a landscape of chaos. There were coils of hardware store twine draped over empty cardboard boxes, like abandoned snakes. There were rolls of packing tape, the sharp, ripping sound of them echoing in the hollow room. Everything was in transition. Everything was stripped bare. He had seen Leo sitting on a crate, a heating pad pressed against his lumbar, his face pale and drawn. The sight of him, the physical evidence of Peter's absence, was a silent indictment. There was no need for Leo to say, "You should have been here." The space where Peter should have been was already filled with the reality of Leo's pain. Peter had reached out to help with a small box of kitchen utensils, his hands moving with a sudden, frantic energy. As he worked, he found himself tracing the texture of the twine, the rough, fibrous strands scratching against his fingertips. He wanted to do something, anything, to undo the choice, but the past was already set, as immutable as the way the twine holds a knot. You cannot untie the moment. Now, in the silence of his own empty room, the ceiling fan continued its rhythmic click, 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 click. Each rotation felt like a repetitive motion of a needle, stitching the memory into his skin. He looked at the crack in his phone screen again, The distortion made the light look fractured, broken into tiny, sharp pieces. He wondered how many other small, selfish choices he had made that had gone unnoticed, or worse, noticed but never spoken of. He thought about the cumulative weight of all those busy weekends, all those unfortunate timing issues, all the times he had prioritized his own stillness over the necessary movement of someone else's life. He felt the urge to pull the covers up, to hide from the sunlight that refused to leave the walls, but there was nowhere to hide from the person sitting in the bed. The room was too bare. There was nothing to obstruct the view of himself. He thought of the moving blanket lint, the tiny insignificant speck of debris. It was such a small thing, yet it was the only thing that remained of the effort, a ghostly trace of the work that had been done in his stead. He realized that his selfishness hadn't just been about a lack of time, it had been a lack of presence. He had been physically present in his life, but he had been emotionally absent from the lives of those around him. The afternoon began to fade into the blue shadows of dusk. The white light on the walls softened, turning into a bruised, muted gray. The heaviness in his chest did not lift, but it began to change. It shifted from the sharp, jagged edge of the phone screen crack to something smoother, more rounded, like a stone worn down by a long, slow river. He sat there in the dimming light, watching the shadows stretch across the floor, reaching toward the corners. He didn't try to rationalize the choice. He didn't try to tell himself that Leo would have understood or that he really was too busy. He simply sat with the truth of the weight he had avoided and the weight he now carried. The room was quiet, save for the fan. He breathed in the cool evening air, feeling the slight chill of the approaching night. There was no sudden moment of grace, no sudden burst of light. There was only the slow, steady acceptance of the room as it was, empty, scarred, and waiting for the dark. He watched the last sliver of light retreat from the floor, leaving him in the settling stillness, a solitary figure in a room of his own making. Story 7. The last sharp sentence before her father began to fade. The late afternoon light was moving across the linoleum floor in long, slow strips, turning the kitchen tiles from a dull gray to a pale, honeyed amber. It was that specific kind of light that only appears when the sun begins its descent. A heavy golden stillness that makes everything in the room look as though it has been preserved in resin. In the living room, the television was on, but there was no one watching it. Only a low, rhythmic murmur drifted from the speakers, the sound of a news anchor's voice smoothed by distance and the muffled padding of the hallway acting as a steady, mindless pulse for the quiet house. Lila sat at the small wooden table, her fingers tracing the edge of a plastic hand lotion cap. She had been twisting it, unscrewing it just a fraction, then pressing it back down, over and over. The small clicking sound of the plastic was the only thing that felt real. In front of her sat a paper cup of apple juice, the amber liquid still, reflecting the amber light of the dying day. A single bead of condensation had escaped the rim and was slowly tracing a path down the side of the cup, leaving a dark, wet trail behind it. She wasn't thinking about the juice or the light. She was back in the chair across from him. It had been the final week. The week when the fog hadn't quite swallowed everything, when the man who had raised her was still visible through the haze, peering out from behind eyes that were becoming increasingly strange and distant. He had been lucid for a few hours each morning, a brief window of clarity that felt like a fragile gift. Lila could still feel the texture of her cardigan seam against her thumb, a repetitive, nervous motion she had been doing even then. She remembered the way the room had smelled. A mixture of stale air, the medicinal tang of the sanitizing wipes, and the sweet, overripe scent of the apple juice he had been sipping. He had looked at her, his gaze momentarily steady, focused, and sharp. He had asked her something simple, something about a memory of her childhood, a question that required nothing more than a nod or a small story. But Lila had been exhausted. The weeks of watching him slip away, the midnight trips to the pharmacy, the constant low-level hum of grief that had settled into her bones. It had all reached a breaking point in that moment. The impatience had risen in her like a sudden, bitter heat. It wasn't a scream. It was a sharp, clipped sentence. A dismissal born of pure, unadulterated fatigue. She had snapped at him, her voice cutting through the quiet of the room, rebuking his confusion as if it were a personal affront to her patience. She had been too fast, too harsh, too much of a stranger to the tenderness he deserved. Now in the silence of her own home, that single sentence played on a loop. It was a jagged shard of sound that she kept turning over in her mind, examining every sharp edge. She replayed the way his expression had faltered, not with anger, but with a profound quiet confusion, as if the person he trusted most had suddenly become a person he no longer recognized. She watched the light move further across the linoleum, leaving the far corner of the kitchen in shadow. She wondered how many other moments were buried under that one mistake. She thought of the years of care, the quiet afternoons, the shared meals, the way he used to hold her hand when she was small. But in the courtroom of her mind, that one sharp, impatient moment had become the judge, the jury, and the executioner. It had become the lens through him, casting a shadow over the entire history of their relationship. The television murmur changed, a brief burst of static, then a return to the steady, unblinking drone. Lila picked up the hand lotion cap again. The plastic felt cold. She found herself dissecting the mechanics of her failure. She analyzed the exact inflection of her voice, the way her shoulders had tensed, the the way she had refused to meet his eyes. She treated the memory as if it were a puzzle that, if solved, might somehow undo the damage. If she could understand why she was so tired, if she could find the precise moment where the patience broke, perhaps she could find a way to apologize to a man who was no longer capable of receiving it. But the apology remained trapped in the past, a heavy stone in her throat. The house felt too large, the shadows too deep. The weight of that one sentence felt as though it were pressing down on the very air in the room. It was a peculiar kind of exhaustion, a fatigue that sleep could not touch, because the mind refused to stop the trial. She was performing a duty of remorse, a silent nightly vigil where she stood guard over her own regret, believing that if she stopped looking at the wound, she would be complicit in forgetting it. She looked down at the paper cup. The apple juice was still there, undisturbed. The light was almost gone now, leaving only a bruised purple glow near the window. The room was sinking into the blue of dusk. The television continued its mindless, rhythmic monologue, a hollow companion to her wandering thoughts. Lila sat in the gathering dark, her fingers still resting on the small plastic cap, waiting for a resolution that the night was not prepared to give, caught in the loop of a moment that refused to pass, held captive by the belief that to let go of the shame would be to let go of him.
Story 8. The Monk Who Could Not Stop. Confessing. The same old mistake. The sound of the broom straw against the stone floor was a dry, rhythmic scraping. It was the only sound in the courtyard, a steady, scratching pulse that matched the heavy dragging of Brother Samuel's feet. The morning air was thin and cold, the kind of chill that settles deep into the marrow, making the heavy wool of his robes feel like weights pressed against his shoulders. He moved the broom in long, sweeping arcs, attempting to clear the grit and fallen needles from the paving stones. But his mind was not on the cleanliness of the courtyard. His mind was back in the same room, replaying the same moment using different words, different angles, different justifications. He was back in the moment of the lapse, the moment where he had chosen his own comfort over his commitment, the moment where he had let a small, selfish impulse steer him away from the path he had promised to walk. He had confessed this particular failure many times. He had sat in the dim, cedar-scented light of the confession hall, the scent of aged wood and incense thick in his throat, and he had laid the words out before his elder. He had used the heavy, formal language of repentance. He had used the soft, trembling language of sorrow. He had even tried on some afternoons the clinical, detached language of a man simply observing his own flaws. But the words were merely different skins for the same wound.
As he swept, the straw bristles caught on a stubborn patch of moss. He paused, leaning heavily on the wooden handle. He looked down at his hands. They were calloused, the skin etched with the fine, dusty lines of years of manual labor. He thought about how much effort he put into the architecture of his own regret. He had built a cathedral out of his mistakes. He had polished the stones of his remorse until they shone with a dark, obsessive luster. He had made his failure a central part of his identity, a sacred monument that he carried with him through the corridors, through the meals, through the long, silent vigils. He realized with a sudden, jarring clarity that made his breath hitch that he had become a curator of his own shame. He was not merely sorry. He was devoted to the idea of being the man who was sorry. He had turned the act of remembering his error into a way of staying tethered to it, as if by never letting the memory fade, he were proving how much the truth mattered. He had mistaken the weight of his guilt for the depth of his piety. The courtyard was quiet, save for the distant singular toll of the brass bell from the upper chapel. The note hung in the air, a low, vibrating bronze hum that seemed to vibrate in his very teeth. It was a sound that demanded presence, yet he found himself trying to pull the sound back into the past, trying to make the bell ring for the version of him that had failed, rather than the version of him that was currently standing in the cold. He stood up straight, his spine popping with a dull ache. He looked toward the monastery's long cedar corridor, where the shadows were still deep and velvety. He thought about the many times he had walked that hallway, head bowed, not in prayer, but in a private, performative mourning. He had walked it like a prisoner walking a familiar cell, finding a strange, dark comfort in the walls of his own inadequacy. He set the broom aside, leaning it against a stone planter. He walked toward the small, austere room where he would take his midday meal. The floorboards creaked under his weight, a familiar domestic protest. Inside his room, the light was gray and muted. On the small wooden table sat a single rice bowl, the steam having long since vanished, the grains of rice cooling beside the wall. He sat down on the floor, his movements slow and deliberate. He looked at the bowl. It was simple, unadorned, just a vessel for sustenance. There was no grandeur in it. There was no history of failure attached to the ceramic. It simply was. He picked up a small, folded work cloth used for wiping his face and hands, and began to clean the dust from his fingers. He noticed a small fray in the edge of the cloth. Previously, he might have seen this fraying as a metaphor for his own unraveling, a sign of the decay that followed his every misstep. But today he simply saw the thread. It was just a thread. He began to think about the nature of a bow, When one bows in reverence, the movement is a release of tension, a momentary folding of the self to acknowledge something larger, something more permanent than one's own ego. A bow is a gesture of respect, but it does not require the person to remain bent forever. He had been living in a permanent bow. He had been bending his entire life around the altar of what he had done wrong, thinking that if he stood up, he would be abandoning the truth. He had thought that the only way to honor the gravity of his mistake was to let it crush him. He looked at the cooling rice in the bowl. The heat was leaving the food, returning it to the ambient temperature of the room. He realized that his remorse, too, had been a kind of heat, a feverish, burning energy that consumed his focus and left him exhausted. He had been tending a fire, hoping that the smoke would signal his sincerity to the world, or perhaps to himself, but the fire was only consuming the very life it was meant to protect. He picked up the spoon. The metal was cool. As he took a small, quiet bite, he felt the texture of the grain, the simple, unadorned reality of the nourishment. There was no need to find a moral in the rice. There was no need to repent for the hunger. He sat in the silence, the weight of the monastery pressing in around him, but the weight felt different now. It no longer felt like the weight of a judgment. It felt like the weight of the earth, steady and indifferent to his internal dramas. He thought of the stone courtyard, the broom and the brass bell. He thought of the way the moss grew even in the cracks of a mistake. He realized that he could acknowledge the crack without making it the entire landscape. He could hold the truth of what had happened in his hand like a smooth, heavy stone without feeling the need to build a shrine around it. The shame did not vanish. It simply lost its power to command the room. It became a fact, a part of the architecture, but no longer the architect. He finished his meal, wiped the bowl clean with the edge of his cloth, and placed it precisely back on the wooden surface. He sat for a moment longer, watching the late gray light shift across the floor. The task of the day was not to solve the past, but to inhabit the present, to move through the cedar corridors with a straight back, carrying the memory of the mistake not as a heavy burden, but as a quiet, integrated part of the man he was becoming. He stood up, the movement fluid and unburdened. He picked up the broom once more. The straw was still dry, the stone was still hard, and the work remained. But as he began to sweep, the sound was no longer a scratch of friction against a wound. It was just the sound of a broom moving across a floor, clearing a path for the next step. Take a moment to simply sit with the weight of these moments. Let them gather in the space around you, not as a mountain of heavy stones, but as a collection of small, quiet objects. Think of the damp receipt at the bottom of a bag, the ink blurring and fading, much like the sharp edges of the memory of that classroom door. Think of the sunlight stretching across those bare, empty apartment walls, highlighting the dust motes dancing in the air, illuminating the space where a lie lived for a single quiet Saturday. Recall the way the light fell across the linoleum, catching the edge of a paper cup of apple juice, and the simple cooling presence of a rice bowl resting beside a stone wall. These are the fragments of our nights. They are the small, textured pieces of a life lived imperfectly. There is a specific kind of exhaustion that comes from being your own prosecutor. It is a tireless, nightly work. You carry the damp receipt, the empty apartment, the sharp word, and the missed visit, and you lay them out on the bed sheets like evidence in a trial that never ends. You return to the courtroom of your own mind because, in a strange and heavy way, you believe that if you stop relitigating the past, you are somehow abandoning the truth. You feel that to stop hurting is to become indifferent. You feel that if you let the memory go, you are letting the mistake win. We hold on to the ache because the ache is a form of loyalty. We punish ourselves because we believe our regret is the only thing keeping us honest. We think that by replaying the scene, by feeling the exact sting of the words, or the precise hollow of the missed opportunity, we are paying a debt that can never be fully settled. We treat our remorse as a sacred duty, a way of saying, I remember, I still care, I haven't forgotten the cost. But there is a subtle, quiet trap in this. There is a point where remorse stops being an honest recognition of a mistake and begins to turn into something else. It becomes a way of looking inward so intensely that we are no longer looking at the world or the people in it, but only at our own reflection in the mirror of our errors. When we replay the same mistake every night, we are not actually attending to the person we hurt or the moment we lost. We are attending to our own pain. We have turned our regret into a monument. We have built a shrine to our own failure, and we spend our nights polishing the stone, making the edges sharper, making the shadows longer. This is a subtle form of self-worship, even when it feels like self-punishment. It is an inward turn that keeps us trapped in the same small room, staring at the same closed door, convinced that if we only stare long enough, the door will transform into something else. True honesty does not require us to stay in the wreckage, to acknowledge that a thing happened, to see the broken glass, the spilled juice, the unreturned call, is the beginning of wisdom. But to sit in the shards and refuse to move is not wisdom. It is simply a refusal to live. The Buddha did not teach us to pretend the broken glass does not exist. He taught us to see the glass, to recognize its sharpness, and then to recognize that our hands are also part of the same world. The same hands that tripped can also reach out to sweep. The same mind that remembers the sharp word can also cultivate the soft one. The heavy work of the night is often just the heavy work of holding on to a version of ourselves that no longer exists. We are trying to find justice for a person who has already changed. We are trying to litigate a past that has already dissolved into the flow of time. Let the receipt fade. Let the apartment walls remain bare and quiet. Let the apple juice be finished and the rice bowl be emptied. The mistake is part of your history, but it does not have to be the architecture of your soul. You can acknowledge the truth of what was without making it the only thing that is. There is a different kind of loyalty available to you. It is a loyalty to the present, to the possibility of a new movement, a new breath, a new way of being. It is the loyalty of the gardener who does not spend the day mourning the withered leaf, but instead prepares the soil for what comes next. As you drift closer to sleep, try to let the trial end for tonight. You do not need to reach a verdict. You do not need to declare yourself innocent or guilty. You only need to allow the scenes to settle, to lose their sharpness, and to become part of the quiet, unchangeable landscape of a life well remembered but no longer fought. The house has grown quiet now. The shadows have settled into the corners of your room, and the heavy rhythmic breathing of the world outside has slowed. You are back here in the stillness, where the light is dim and the covers are tucked around you. And yet, even in this softness, the mind is busy. It is performing its familiar nightly work. The courtroom is still in session. The lights are low, but the internal lamps are bright, illuminating those old, polished scenes with a clarity that feels almost unfair. You are walking through the hospital parking lot again. You are hearing the sharp, unintended edge of your own voice. You are looking at the empty seat in the car, or the heavy silence of a room where something was left unsaid. You are replaying the moment, frame by frame, searching for the exact second where you might have reached for tenderness instead of retreating into your own tired, defensive shell. You are looking for the error. You are looking for the way to rewrite the script, as if by reliving the mistake with enough intensity, you might eventually find a version where you acted differently. You are holding these memories tight, as if the heat of your own regret is a way of honoring the truth of what happened. You are treating your exhaustion as a form of penance, believing that if you can just stay awake long enough to feel the full weight of your inadequacy, you will finally have earned the right to close your eyes. It is a heavy, lonely labor, this nightly vigil of self-trial. But listen to the sound of your own breath for a moment. Listen to the way the air enters and leaves without needing your permission, without needing you to be perfect. The breath does not ask you to have been better yesterday. It does not demand that you solve the past before it will sustain you in the present. It simply arrives to Tonight, I want to offer you a different way to sit with these memories. You do not need to reach a verdict tonight. You do not need to acquit yourself, and you do not need to condemn yourself. You do not need to finish the trial before you are allowed to rest. The truth is, the trial can continue tomorrow and the day after that. But the courtroom does not have to be the place where you sleep. There is a quiet, profound truth in the way the world moves on, even when we feel we cannot. The trees do not stop growing because a branch was broken in a storm years ago. The river does not refuse to flow because it carries the silt of everything it has passed. There is a capacity for beginning again that does not require the total erasure of what was done. Starting again does not mean pretending the mistake never happened. It does not mean pretending you are not the person who said those words, or who missed that visit, or who failed that moment of care. To pretend would be to live a lie, and your heart knows that lie too well. Starting again simply means allowing the person who made the mistake to exist alongside the person who is breathing here, now, in the dark. It means allowing the shame to be a part of your landscape, like a weathered stone in a garden, rather than the entire landscape itself. The stone is there, it is heavy, it is real, but it is not the whole world. You can carry the memory of your imperfection without letting it become your only identity. You can be a person who has caused pain, and also a person who is capable of deep, quiet kindness. You can be a person who has been selfish, and also a person who is capable of profound presence. These things are not mutually exclusive. They are the very textures of a human life. You do not even need to achieve perfect self-forgiveness tonight. That is a long, slow road, and it is okay if you are still standing at the beginning of it. You do not need to feel light or unburdened. You only need to allow yourself to be tired. You only need to allow the weight of the day and the weight of the years to be held by the bed, by the floor, by the very earth beneath this house. The work of making amends, of growing, and of learning to live with your own humanity is a lifelong practice. It is a slow, patient unfolding. It is much like the monk with his broom or the mother with her mended costume. It is found in the small, repetitive acts of showing up, even when you are weary from your own regrets. Let the scenes fade into the grayness of the night. Let the voices in your mind grow faint, like the murmur of a television in another room, or the distant sound of rain against a window pane. You are not abandoning your responsibilities to the truth by sleeping. You are simply giving the truth space to breathe. You are giving yourself the grace to exist without the constant need for defense or prosecution. The shadows are deep, and the night is vast, and there is enough room in this darkness for everything you are. There is room for the person you were, and the person you are, and the person you are becoming. The trial is adjourned for the night, not because the case is closed, but because you are tired, and because the night deserves your stillness. Rest now. Let the heaviness settle. Let the world hold you. You have done enough for today. You have carried enough. Sleep. Just sleep.
you.